Good morning. Welcome to the 9th of December, 2025, 0800 Central Standard Time. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and that's not the intent here. There's also a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. You can lose all your money. Your wife can hate you. Your partner can hate you. But it's my virtual trading journal. And in the commitment to complete transparency and accountability, I trade live, funded, AMP futures account, funded by me. I use two platforms, which are Bookmap and IRT. And the stream starts now every trading day at 0800 with the pre-market and runs continuously through 1500 every day, which is the cash market. So, yeah. I stream in 1440p high def, so if you don't have sharp video on your end, click the gear button in YouTube there. The reason I stream to YouTube is so that I can have a further accountability, and also I can review the stream on any device. I mean, if you think about it, I'm standing here from minimum of 8 in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon, which is 7 hours, and so it's nice to be able to review the stream somewhere else. And I actually start around 6 in the morning and finish around 2200. So there you go. All right, let's look at the numbers now. We have slowly but surely with the government back to work, we're getting some things are starting to come back to normal a little bit here. We have jolts out this morning. That ought to be interesting. This is investing.com, the economic calendar. There's also earnings, holidays, whatever you want. This is the free version. You can filter it for whatever you care to, wherever you are and whatever you care to track. I prefer this presentation for screen snap. If I'm going to take a screen snap and post this into a Discord or somewhere, because it's just clean and simple and easy to read. Investing.com only deals with known, established financial reports and events, Fed meeting, jolts, non-farm payroll, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't have the random in the middle of the day stuff. And again, it's free. Tomorrow, of course, is the Fed meeting, and, all eyes are on that thing like nobody's business. This is going to be huge at 1300, and I mean huge. So be ready, which we will be. This is Financial Juice, which is the second or the other more recent news source that I've adopted. For the following reasons, it has a similar calendar feature here, but you notice Trump attends Vance's Christmas party, Trump speaks on the economy. These things that they put in, which are not normal scheduled financial economic events, okay? But in this environment we have, where we have an unrecognized but critical risk potential, these are good heads up. So, and I really appreciate that about Financial Juice. Also, you can see more of a squawk box running idea going on the right column. So there we have that. This is the pre-market. Let's try that one on for size. That's probably the important. Look at this. First of all, look at Bookmap. Now, Blue Boy over here is just a vertical line I slap on the first print of each session, so I can keep track of from the beginning through the entire context. Look at our overnight. A minute ago, we were 20-something handles wide all night. And that was only pushed out by this big pop down at 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning, and now we're trading back down to it again. Not sure what that's all about, but, There you go. Investing, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. This is the mini ES, micro ES, micro NASDAQ, and my micro composite, not to be confused with micro instrument or micro composite or higher time frame chart, and market profile. Now, I also plot and track the exact same configuration in the minis. We'll talk about all of that a little bit. So I'm trading the micros now, as if you've been around the stream, you know that. Let's get to the higher time frame. What the hell happened overnight? Well, we don't know. I can tell you that it is here's the open. Inventory is essentially 100% short or 90% short. Simply, how do I know that? Well, here's our open. We traded a little bit up above it, and most of the trade for the rest of the overnight period has been down here. That's short inventory by definition. The micro composite chart is the daily session or the RTH session only, regular trading hours. Daily candlesticks, each one of these is a day, and wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That, by doing so, the way I have that volume profile set up, it generates a micro composite VPOC, MCVPOC, volume profile, or volume point of control. It generates these high and low volume nodes here, which are represented by the red and green lines that are pretty hard to see. Well, let me make sure about something here. Yeah, right there. Okay. And those high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap. The session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap, and I start pushing those at 1700 on Sunday night, and they go continuously until 1600 on Friday afternoon. And if you would like to have those pushed to you free, with my best wishes, just let me know in the chat. So, and this is the market profile. Light volume, Jesus, it keeps getting worse. 129,000 contracts traded all night in the ES, and the minis the micros traded 140,000 contracts. That's super duper light. Let's just take a quick look at how light that might be. Well, it's 58%. Actually, it's a little better than yesterday. Yesterday at this time was 41%. And we're at 1 point high in the average true range in a 1 minute candle. So there's that. Okay. Let's look at the Bookmap over here now. Bookmap, my primary execution platform. This is the dome, the book, the price ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are the price levels. Remember, futures is in ticks. There's 4 ticks per point. And this is the resting liquidity in the book. Doesn't mean it's going to trade, but that's the resting liquidity. This is the micro composite column levels, which I enter manually and push across here. Micro composite VPOC, unvisited, naked volume point of control, etc. All-time high, that's kind of stuff I put in here manually. Yesterday, the naked volume point of control was a huge target. If you review the stream or were here, that you'll know very definitely about that. This is the these are the micro composite high and low volume nodes, which I referenced earlier in that section, looking at that. And the full session volume profile, this started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex full session. That's why it says full session volume profile. RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30, fingers crossed, when we open. And this is an important column for me. This is my notes column or my statistics, where I first determine the open type and change the column title to the open type for the day, for today. There's only 4 open types, and the criteria is real simple. There's only 2 criteria. We'll go through that in a minute. This is the RTH. These are those session prices which push automatically and which I'm happy to share. Notice there are no indicators on my book map or my IRT, and I approach trading real basic and real simple. It's only common sense, data, which is driven by price, and probabilities, statistics. There's a POC for the for the full session, which you see is kind of a darker or a more muted yellow. There's a POC for the RTH session. What is the POC? Simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. Right now, somewhere between 3,600 and something over here, 35. Must be more than 3601. I need to spread this out, but I'm not going to. So let's say it's 3600. The very split second that one of these price levels down here trades 3601 or 3602, this yellow line is going to move there. Real easy. That's all there's to it. There is a RTH mid. That ought to be pretty easy. It's the middle. There is a Globex VWAP and an RTH VWAP, which might be, you might, arguably say are indicators because they are calculated. It's the volume weighted average price for each session. Then something that does confuse some people, or levels that do, are the initial balance low and high, which is way up here at the high of yesterday. Only because of the naming. Initial balance comes from market profile, what these 2 levels actually represent, and nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Boom. Couldn't be more simple, right? So let's say that we're going to open right here, right now. Where would that price compare to the previous RTH close? That's right there. Lower than the close, isn't it? And where would that price compare, opening price, compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low, and up here is the previous RTH high. So it's in range. So what would be the open type? Let's change the name. Lower in range. See what I mean? Falling off a log simple. Now, we can use the statistics study to generate, and the next thing we need to do after we've figured that out is erase the statistics or clear the statistics that were from yesterday. So let's do that. There we go. Now let's determine the statistics for today. They come from the statistics study. What a coincidence in IRT. IRT, graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, so it doesn't do us much good now, right? But we have just determined together that the opening type anticipated today is lower in range. How does the study work? Simple. It looks back at 1,634, the most recent 1,634 trading days in this instrument. At the top of all of my charts in IRT, you can see the instrument and the periodicity and the session. So there you go. So we've determined it's lower in range. Okay. Of the 1,634 days, we opened lower in range 479 of them for 29.3% of the time. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.5 times. Watch this. It's really tough. 82.5. Wow. There you go. That's all there is to it. And the next one would, and then I'm just going to go down the list. Just the next one is overnight volume point of control, 80.8. Overnight volume point of control, which we know is right up here, because there's the line and it's just underneath here. 80.8. Simple, huh? Like I said, the previous close is 74.1. Great. The IB high is 69.7. Now, let's get up here and look at the IB high, which we know is right under there. It's the previous high, so that's 69.7. Nope, I don't think 90. And we're going to go IB high because we know that the initial balance high and low simply mark the high and low of the RTH trading session, the first hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this line is going to come down around price. This one's going to drop down below it. And that's all there is to it. Previous value area low is 67.4. And that's right there. Overnight low is 66 point. Ooh, the devil, is it? 66.6. Ooh, ominous. All those people out there that the IB low is 61.6. That's a good, now this is a real good illustration here. Okay, here is the statistic for the number of times the overnight, the IB low, previous IB low was revisited by price. How are we going to get past 61.6 to get down here to 66.6? So it ought to be pretty clear that these are, I want you to be sure and remember, these are statistics, just probabilities. This is not based on, and they're only based on two criteria. So, not hard and fast lines in the sand, not guaranteed anything, eh? It's just, they are just probabilities. And you know how, you know the definition of a probability. It's the number of occurrences in a specific data set. Simple. That something happened in a data set. Okay, previous low is 53.7. Oh, I was going to be tricky there. I out-tricked myself, I guess, huh? There we are. What else we need to do here? Previous high, overnight high. Where'd that go? That's a 51.4. That's typically, you can sort of, if after you do this for a while, you sort of realize, well, let's see, that's pretty consistently up there. 53.4. No, 51.4. I mean, overnight high, previous. First of all, it's typically the PID, the overnight POC and the mid, and then the overnight high and low, and then the previous high and low. And, you know, those are kind of how the statistics usually run. And if you look here, you can see that. You can see, I mean, they go the highest probability at the top to the least probability at the bottom, and you can sort of see how they typically run. POC, mid, POC, mid, POC, mid, high, low, etc. So there we go. And that's going to do it for the statistics for me, I think, at this moment. And I'm going to step away for a second and then do the TLab snap, which I still do every morning. Okay, the TLab snap. And what is the TLab? Stand by while I get this ready to roll here. What happened? What's going on here? The 9th. Okay, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. You see why I'm not a good multitasker here. It's a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. And started by a guy named Tom B. And it is completely free, which is kind of amazing. You don't need to subscribe to it for, any of the resources in there are free. And you're never solicited for anything, which is probably the reason that I stuck around for what little time that I was actively participant. And this is the snap that I provide every morning to those guys at 8 o'clock or at about 8:20, just to give people there that don't have the same kind of charting all the numbers they might need. I also put a snap of the reports in every morning. Now, the TLab is, as I said, it's led by a guy named Tom B., who is, reportedly a professional trader with about 46 years experience. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. I do believe that he is what he says he is. I'm sure you're never going to see a copy of his account or, any wrapped Ferrari or any gold chains either. But I believe it's a good environment and there's a good crew of people in there. And I was active in there for a long time until I started this virtual trading journal, which is actually at a suggestion. Basically, it's suggested by Tom to do actively, continuously narrate all day. And that's what I'm doing here. And, I'm focused here on my trading and I'm not going to be busy, snapping and yucking it up with people in a chat room. So that's that. But I still feel a certain response, kinship to Tom and gratitude for his efforts. So I put those 2 snaps in every day, and that's the TLab story. Let's get back to something else now, pertinent to us, and that is, don't you think it would be a pretty handy deal to be able to trade? Probably, huh? And the way that works is, in Bookmap, in order to trade, you have to activate the trade control panel with this padlock button over here. And then select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart column, active data column. The dome columns. Both is, as you probably figured out, both of them. Now I activate and use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. I like this. I trade with full brackets always, and I never, ever move my stop away from entry, cardinal sin. So this is the smallest risk-neutral package you can start with. It's 2 lots because you need to have an even number of lots, and you'll see why in a second. So there's 2 lots. Then you need to decide or determine a stop loss for the package. The first criteria must be your account risk parameters and tolerance, and also dependent on the instrument you're trading, the volatility of the market at the present time, ATR, whatever you want to use to determine that. Once you have these 2 established, The risk neutral scale, or T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Then there's the runner. So in other words, the minute you achieve this T1, you're risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you are your own worst enemy and you move your stop away from entry, which I never do. You can also, set this up to have many, whatever you want to do. Here's 4 lots, high volatility, take your pick. You can do whatever you feel like doing, but let me caution you that your primary objective as a trader is to preserve your account and to grow it, by manifesting the expectancy which you determine in the live market to your bottom line probabilities once again. So there we have it. We have selected a method. Notice that we have 2 lots here selected. That's correct. I don't need these tools anymore. So, and I have all the metrics up here that are displayed here. You can shut these off and on, turn them off and on, whatever you want. Notice it's green, padlock's open. Click the button, stays green, padlock stays open because we've selected a method to trade with the mouse. But now I get cancel all, close all, and I get my real estate back. So now we can trade at 8:30, which is going to happen in about a couple minutes here, minute and a half, 2.5 minutes. Let's hope this resets. We'll be off and running. We'll put Blue Boy on the first print so we can monitor the session. And like I said, inventory is 100% long. We're opening at the bottom. My anticipation is that we're going to get a responsive buying to take a bit of profit. And then it'll likely be a rotational day, just as yesterday was. Here's where we were, Here's what we've been doing the last number of days, and here's yesterday. So I wouldn't expect much more. Your little notes to yourself. I'm expecting responsive buying to take some profit and then an open auction. What the hell do I know? Nothing. That's what I expect. I'm not predicting anything. I'm going to watch the market and trade what I see. Don't trade what you think. Trade what you see. Looks like the stream is rolling down the hill with no drop frames, and that's pretty cool. So here we are. Okay. Let it happen, Captain. We're going to open in 30 seconds, or a minute, I guess it is. Hopefully this thing will reset properly. That will save me from a bunch of grumbling. This looks to me like we need to come up a little bit here, doesn't it? Think about there. Okay. You can trade with your keyboard if you set up your hotkeys, but you need to have the you still have to select a method to turn on the trade control panel, and there we go. So we reset. Oh, that's pretty much perfect. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. God damn, this thing cannot get used to what time it is. I don't get it. It sets now 15 seconds ahead. Somehow, Bookmap thinks it's 15 seconds ahead of time. That's better than it used to be, but still disappointing, Irritating. Now I'm going to change the IRT system to RTH only, so that the various flags can align. Remember, I'm anticipating responsive buying for a little profit taking. Let's see. Who knows? Who knows, Bobo? Got a bit of a delay like usual. Yeah, this is frustrating. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. Come on, IRT, get your head out of your ass. If you, I mean, there's a lot of, the problem with charting these days is there's a huge amount of data being pushed down the pipe. And that's really, I saw a real interesting thing by Chad, who used to be the lead developer for IRT, about the increase in data over the years since they started building it. It is pretty phenomenal. I mean, it just zoomed up exponentially in the last few years. Okay, I think I'm okay now. And let's get back over here and let's see what happened. Well, it looks like the VWAPs are about right. That's nice. We have IRT pushing the IBs high and low down here. We can slap Blue Boy over here now. Again, that's just absolutely nothing but my just a visual cue for me to glance left and know that I have the entire session in range. That's all there is to it. But it seems, I like it a lot. It keeps me firmly rooted in the session, you know, the context of the session. Here's our open. So we haven't tagged out the mid or the POC, which went up a little bit. Let's move that up. Oh, that's a little too much up. There we go. This would reflect that, you know, getting back to that highest statistics, and also plays well into the responsive buying to take a little profit, which of course is just supposition completely. Who the hell knows? Over. Rover. No. And remember now, top of the hour, jolts. Big deal. And this week is absolutely dominated by the Fed. So if you're not aware of that, you need to become so. All right. Well, everything seems to be moseying along here. That's pretty good. I have done a bunch of things in the background over the night, trying to get these signals straightened out. All my work for the last weekend or whatever didn't pay off very well. Back on, that's on the trading chart, back testing and live trading, which we'll take a look at here in a minute after we have one. After the dust settles a little bit, we're down to minimal amount of lag. There's a buttload of volume coming down the pipe, I guess. Well, looky here. Where are we going? Where are we going? Well, another tick. There's the overnight mid. Bingo, bango, bongo. One down. Again, you see the story with the statistics. Remember, these are probabilities looking backwards over 16. God damn it. Sorry about that. Looking back over 1,600 days. 82%. Well, here was the previous RTH. Here was the previous initial balance low, huh? It's only 61.6. Well, how the hell are we going to do that? How are we going to get between 82 and 80 and then we've only got 61? It's probabilities. This thing, that study, the statistic study, only looks at those two criteria. It doesn't know if, you know, Trump declared war on North Dakota or whatever, you know. It just knows those two things. And that's, you have to be consistent for probabilities. When you're vetting your trades, you can absolutely not change any of the parameters. If you start with a 3-point stop, a 3-point T1 and a 12-tick T2, that's it. You can't change them. Otherwise, they're not, that particular trade where you did change that is not statistically significant and can't be included in your data set for vetting the trade. Think about it. You got to compare apples and apples, huh? And let's see now what's going to happen. Well, I have no idea. Here we are. There was yesterday. Here we are today. Market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up. Wonder what's going to happen. I want to see something here. Made some changes over here in case you are familiar with that stream enough to know those things. And, okay. The reason I changed all my IRT charting to RTH session only is to keep the developing value area high and low, and the relationship between the developing value area high and low and the value area high and low flags in the session prices consistent. The value area high and low represent previous RTH auction. Developing represents this auction. If I have RTH on the day session, the RTH session, IRT on the RTH session only. And that's what all the people that use these session prices are used to. So, well, there we are. Mids out of the way. IB lows out of the way. Guess who's next? I guess that would be the overnight value area or point of control. We have the close above us and the RTH high above us. And here's some of that. Here's that responsive buying that I was anticipating. You know, and be sure it's clear. Oh, what am I doing here? Be sure that you're clear. It's a 50-50 bet. You know how easy was that? I had a 50-50 chance. The market is 50-50. It only can go up and it only goes down. There's no time or horizontal movement. So, you know, there you go. That's a fact, Jack. Didn't quite get up there. Here's the close, right? So you can see this is another way to determine what our inventory is at open, right? Here's the RTH session, and here's the close. So pretty much all of the session to this point, the volume is below the close. That's negative. That means it's short inventory. In the thinking of market profile data, you take it however you want. Morning, Antonio. Jolts at the top of the hour, Antonio. And of course, all eyes are on tomorrow, the Fed watch. If they don't give them that rate cut, I hope you got your shorting spurs on, because boy, that thing is going to drop like a frickin' rock. I have no clue what'll happen, but that's the expectation from the top to the bottom. So who knows? That's at 1300 tomorrow Central Standard Time. Jay Powell. And here we are. I don't want the temps to drop Sunday. I want the damn thing to get warmer here. What's going on? I was going to say it's getting warmer over here, and I guess I don't pay attention to the news. I know when I walk outside if it's cold, You got to get out more, I guess. Well, we've opened and traded up as anticipated. We haven't gotten over the close yet, though, so we haven't taken all that overnight inventory, adjusted that inventory yet. It ain't, it's not over till it's over, but let's see what happens. I think they could also be watching jolts. We have picked off the mid and the overnight mid and the previous IB low. Just about got up here to the POC, but not quite yet. Pretty, maybe easier to see. If anybody's new, I try to keep all the color coding the same, consistent through both BM and Bookmap and IRT. The IBs are green, and the VWAP and the developing POC, the yellow line, the yellow brick road there, and all that stuff. Similar over here. Notice that I've discontinued the price levels, the lines, and that is because they will reflect the my initial balance trade zones when that time happens. If and when, well, not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Because I'm old and I confuse easy. So I need to, if I see some of these fellows, I'm not saying anything about anybody. Whatever you do that works for you do not change that whatsoever. But man, I see some of these charts and it's like, I can't even find price, between bubbles and lines and VWAP this and something else that, I can't even see where the price is. For me, it just doesn't work. I actually I actually admire those guys, those people who can, traders who can deal with that. But I also wonder if they stripped out a lot of that complexity, if they might have an easier decision process, because the human brain kind of goes on tilt after, about 3 or 4 what ifs criteria, or, things that need to be ticked off in a decision process. It kind of falls over to defaults to the most prominent one that it decides is right, and that kind of thing. So I read psychologically. I'm not certainly a psychologist, but that's what I understand. And what do I know? Zippity doo dah. I've done a bunch of messing around with this other chart, which we'll talk about in a little while, I guess. Well, they're going to get that POC in the previous close, Antonio. I bet they do. Okay, what happened? Are we rich yet? I don't guess so. All right, just checking. I still haven't sorted out this volume, RTH volume profile restarting for some reason, and I have no clue, and apparently bookmap support doesn't either. What I have done now is set it on session start and the refresh thing, and just in case you're or anybody listening to this at some point has a problem with it, I've set it to session start. Set this to be the session start settings, which seems pretty elementary to me, but there you are. And it's working fairly close. Now, after this, after a few minutes, of course, it's evened out. But it's starting 15 seconds before my computer, which is synced automatically by Rhythmic every 2 minutes to the Rhythmic server. And I have a task I created on this machine at 7 o'clock every morning, Central Standard Time. It automatically syncs to the GMT time server. I don't know, what the hell. I think sometimes they get this complexity to a point where, the littlest thing falls over or a stuck, 1 or 0, and then all of a sudden you get shit. Well, here we go. Well, isn't that amazing? Looky there. The previous POC. Some more of that responsive buying, I guess, to take profit. Looks to me like, never know. And if you think I'm BSing you or rear view mirroring it, go back and listen to the stream. at about 8 o'clock in the morning. From 8 o'clock in the morning, and that's exactly in the pre-market anyway. And it's simple, isn't it? I try to explain it as simply as possible, but yeah. I think this, like I was referring to a few minutes ago about these fellows with everything all over their charts and everything. The more there's a didn't matter. One of the guys in Static is a real nice guy, and he's really trying hard and has a lot of stuff going on and seems like a really good guy. I really wish all the best for him. But man, puts up his pre-trade checklist that he runs down, and he's got like 50 items to check off. I don't know how to say. Maybe you ought to just nuke about half of that crap, and maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it works fine for him. But wow, I look at some of the stuff, all this nuance, conditional, this and that, and if and something else, and I think the more complex it becomes, the more I think it's been actually scientifically, tested, or in a controlled environment, that the human mind just, you throw a whole bunch of stuff at it and just goes on tilt and defaults to the simplest, most obvious solution, whether it's correct or not. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Remember, top of the hour here. Well, we're ticking them off one by one. Ticking them off one by one. Here comes the close. And we're just about down to the RTH high. That'll be about the only stat we got left on the upside. And of course, there is a whole bunch of statistics, right? There are all of these. Remember, I said that IRT graciously highlights the correct column, and there we are. So we were right. Now here's something that's, if you're using IRT or want to do a screen snap of this and are curious, by all means do. These don't change very much, right? Day to day. All you need to do is do a screen snap of this and figure out the open type, which is so simple, and you've got a pretty good understanding of the statistics of each day. You notice how some of these are blue and some are black. As each level is revisited or the statistic is satisfied, IRT changed the text color from black to the blue highlight. Pretty cool, huh? So what have we done today? We've taken out the previous, the value area high, we've taken out the mid, taken out the POC, we've taken out the overnight mid, and then of course the statistic for previous higher low, value area high or low is automatic, right? Because we took out one of them down there. Easy peasy, it's just math, just statistics. This is not saying trading's easy, but you don't have to make it mind-boggling, I don't think. Or for me, it doesn't work anyway, let's put it that way. Couldn't get down. He didn't even take a sniff of that volume micro composite VPOC, which we tagged out yesterday. So no lags. I love seeing that. Back over here too. I hope I was showing the book map. I was. I can see. Okay, so. Okay, we've got 4.5 minutes here, 4 minutes till the jolts. Keep yourself, do whatever you're going to do, but I don't trade them. There's the close. Bingo, bango, bongo. Previous close, out the door, and next stop, overnight high? Maybe. Or just Rocking, eh? Rocking and a rolling here. Irrational exuberance. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. 2 minutes for jolts. Oh, come on. Okay, I think I've got everything chugging along here. Couple minutes. This new mouse is really starting to piss me off. Oh, these guys, Jesus. They cannot shut up. I think the general group or the general theory now in the American administration currently is to just, if you say something often enough, it becomes true, you know, by some magic mysterious power. It's like, yeah, damn. I guess it just, that's been the, you know, and that's been the whole thing for a long time. That's not something new, but geez, it still amazes me. By golly. Jolts in 20. So look at how this thing is ticking over the time. I didn't know that it did that. That's pretty cute. I didn't know that this kept a countdown ticker here. That's cool. Look at me go, huh? Something canoe. POC's chugging up. And bam. There's the number. Of course, now they put the delay on it. Isn't that funny? There's the number. Green. Oh. That's because it's green because job openings. I don't believe that for a frickin' minute. I'm sorry to say that I don't believe the reporting anymore. And that's really that's a real big deal because that is that is one of the you know reasons why the American markets are the largest in the world, because there was law and order, there was consistency, there was regulation, and there was accurate and honest reporting. And I think that's going out the window. You can't tell me with all the layoffs and all the everything we've had that this has gone up that much. But hey, I hope so. That's great. I don't see it on the ground, but Good for them. I mean, that's super. That's super. Interesting that in reality, investing.com doesn't have forecaster previous, isn't it? I never noticed that. I mean, and typically they always do. Oh, here we go. Jolt's opening September. That's what it is. This is for October. September, there's no number. More accurate, perhaps. And this is just, they only say one thing. They don't put the month on them. So, okay. Well, that figures. All right. That makes sense, more sense now. And as a result, we got essentially a little bit of a bump to the upside. And they came out yesterday that the Bureau of Labor Statistics is not going to put out the PPI or PMI for last month. Oh, here goes that high. Here goes the overnight high. Whoa. Who was that masked man? Responsive buying for profit taking. That's all part of, the fact that I feel good about that, just in, introspection is, that's monkey boy, that's that dopamine for, oh boy, you were right. You had the right thought. That's dangerous in trading. Absolutely should never lean on that. That's, that's just another manifestation of the same thing that's FOMO and revenge and all those kind of things. Anytime you get that dopamine or adrenaline bump, you need to be really aware of it, in my opinion. So there we go. What are we going to do now? Okay. Well, cool. If you were so inclined to trade that kind of a thing, I hope you were long. I don't have any vetted trades on the horizon because I'm trading the IB trade. So this is just an exercise in watching and narrating for me, and, screen time. Well, I hope that, I can't imagine that it will happen, but I hope we get into a situation where we're back to, trusted, normal reporting, and we don't have so much unidentified, critical risk potential, or I got to think of a better word for it than that, but, I can't see that happening anytime soon under the circumstances, which is an opportunity here for me to do my daily shtick about that. I don't have any political axe to grind, but I do have a very definite, feeling about, as I said in the pre-market, about your main goal as a trader is to protect and grow your account. One of the key prime components of that is managing your risk, risk avoidance or being aware of your risks to your account. And typically in reporting, we know what's happening. We've got it. We know, and we've known for months, years, that we're going to have a 10-year note auction at 12 o'clock today. It's in the calendar, scheduled, and we know the potential impact to the market. That's not any kind of a secret or a surprise. You can plan for it. You can mitigate your risk for it. But now we have a situation which I refer to as unrecognized critical risk, for lack of a better word, and that's any time we have a huge market, potential disruption to the auction that can come out of the blue sky without any warning. And this is a perfect example. Notice the info box here. When I highlight a bar, it shows you time, date, high, low, all that stuff. That bar right there was Friday, a couple weeks ago. 229 handles drop. That was, the precipitant was a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning, out of no place. Fine, perfectly fine. That's, if Trump wants to do that, he's the president of the United States. Good for you, go for it. But if you're a trader and you weren't properly protected and didn't have a bracket order, etc., this is an unrecognized critical risk, and there's a perfect example of it. And it's happened several other times. I mean, it's just one of many. But that's why when I talk about an unrecognized potential critical risk or highlight something, watch this, or, that's the reason. We don't know what the hell will happen. Or I don't. If you know, be sure you tell me, because I would love to know. I'd love to be able to plan for it as a trader or as anybody else that's a project manager of any sort. One of the first things you do after you establish your project and assign the resources is identify any potential critical risks to the project, and then you make a risk mitigation plan. That's part of PMI and the whole schmear. Well, here's one. There's a potential critical risk. Here's another. Well, that's after hours, so we're lucky. And that's why I keep financial juice also, because it keeps these non-traditional things, they put them in. This wasn't here earlier. This came in sometime after 6 this morning. Investing.com only puts traditional, expected, scheduled financial and market stuff on their calendar. So that's why I think it's important to use both, and why it's not, I mean, I don't care who you voted for, none of your business who I voted for, but if you can out of no place, come on, you son of a bitch, if you out of no place, this can happen to you. Whoa. Better be aware. And if you're trading a live account, which I am right over here, real money live account, you better make sure that you're confirmed with your broker or whoever it is that your bracket orders and stops and targets are server side, not just on your computer, because it'll go by you like a freight train. And you'll have slippage. I'm sure there was a lot of slippage over here, but if at least you had something in there for protection. Okay. What are we doing now? What's context so far? Well, it's higher highs, higher lows. Yesterday was exactly the opposite. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. A wise man once said. I think that, I don't know whether that, Antonio, whether that new picture, the stream picture of Tom, is that an AI thing or what? Boy, because I want to know who his doctor is. He's, the picture that he used to be on that thing and this new thing, he looks like he's dropped about 15 years. I want to find out who that guy is, who that doctor is. Man. I don't think of it frequently, but I just happened to notice it this morning when I went in to drop my snap in there at 8:20. Wow, incredible. Incredible. Okay. Yeah. So we have that. What have we got next on the agenda? Well, it's approaching the initial balance statistic time, and when my vetted trades will become a thing. So let's be thinking about that. Well, so they pretty much pulled back that, balanced out that inventory, or at least traded it out. So there you go. Okay, now the next order of business is going to be my vetted trades, the initial balance thing. Let's get going with that. And remember, only at 9:30, but I can start to anticipate what we're going to do and get all the rest of my back end going over here. So I made a whole bunch of changes to this stuff last night. These things that I was anticipating using haven't happened. This is the system. I've gone over this a lot, but here we go. So I believe you should only trade setups which you have statistically vetted to have a positive expectancy. Okay, and in doing so, and it needs to be, you need to be able to do that over a statistically significant data set, not 6 trades or some stupidness like that, okay? So what I've done is done that with the initial balance trades. You pick a statistic that seems to repeat, or a setup that seems to repeat frequently, and that you can identify specific criteria, and not 50 of them, but a manageable number of criteria, and then you just back test whatever way you can. Use a back test engine like I'm doing, or do it manually with just throw some levels. What are those levels required on the chart, and how many, go back, scroll back. I couldn't figure out how to do that, accurately. So I use this. And then you determine, okay, there's a back test over a specific number of days. Now I go back about 500 days. And here is, come on, man, I'm so sick of this new these are back tests. There's, 50 of them or something, 45 of them. Each one of these is a back test over 400 or 500 days. All the results, 1,000 trades. This is the instrument. Everything's pretty laid out. And in this workflow right here, this study, it's the basic 2-lot risk neutral package, and then looking at trails and triggers, right? Various ideas, and all of the statistics that you could possibly want to know about are over here, including, Sharpe ratio and Sortino and all that stuff. That's the way I believe you need to approach trading. So what I'm doing is eating my own dog food here and going along with that. Here are the rules required to execute the initial balance high and low trades, of which there's 2: initial balance continuation, the IB continuation, the IB failure. So there's 2 trades around each one, around the IB high and around the IB low. That gives me an opportunity, a vetted trade, for a directional day or a mean reversional day. I thought it was a good idea. Just winging it here. So what I'm doing now is the system, this chart isn't connected to this system. These are just visual representations of these rules so that I can see if stuff is happening where and when I think it ought to. Now what I can do, first of all, is let's look at the basic, make sure I didn't. Okay, it's 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, no trail. That's what we have. Basic risk neutral 2-lot package here. And I wonder why you're not saving very much. Goddamn, IRT's struggling here, I'll tell you. And there we go. Okay. Now, I'm going to send this to the chart, which means as the day progresses, signals as they occur, the computer runs over every one of these rules I forgot to change this to 15 seconds. So it's going to run over every one of these rules every 15 seconds and validate whether a signal has been achieved or not. Whether it's Boolean, whether it equates to true. Simple. Save that. Okay, now we're going to send it to the chart. And there is a indicator which is built long ago by Chad at IRT. And I'm going to not plot these because I don't like those green lines smearing all over the place. So what it's going to do is it's going to show the profit band and then the high, you know, was it profitable, what. And we'll shut that off. Now, what those look like is right somewhere around here. Let's see if that works, okay? This is yesterday, here's today. The continuation zone, I mean the pullback zone, the continuation zones, not applicable today yet because it's not 9:30. So there we go. Now everybody knows everything. And I'm going to take this, if it will do so, and enlarge this chart without, damn. I can't imagine what a computer would do. This has got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. I can't imagine what kind of lag would be going on. And it's only got a 2 millisecond lag here. So I don't know whether I need to restart this damn thing or what to do with it. I don't want all that happening. That's for damn sure. So what I'm trying to do is just, there we go, stretch this over here so I got a little more room to watch the day. And I guess a little more to the bottom side couldn't hurt. So at 9:30, these levels will start being over here and they will push across the book map so that I can track them and try to figure this out as we go along. I've also added some stuff to verify that the VPound variables from the flags from the code over here are being set correctly, because that doesn't seem to be working on this chart. It's doing everything else okay. There we are. So let's see what the hell happens at it now. Remember, there's nothing going to happen. There is no statistic. There's no potential trade until 9:30. And so that's that. And we've got 5 minutes, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Something for my son here. All right. Yeah, so we don't have any statistic yet. And this brings me around to I think something that's pretty important, which is I try to put out every day. Jesus Christ. Come on. I tell you, sometimes I have, it's frustrating. My advice, why are you doing that? Now all of a sudden it's wanting to pick up something I'm doing on my other chart. I don't get it. I don't have a Control-Alt-F hot key and book map that are in IRT that I'm aware of. But anyway, let's, what I'm doing is was keying in a chapter marker into the stream. My advice is do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. I certainly don't, and I don't advise anybody else that's a good idea. And what do I mean by that? Well, oh, baby, we trade up in here. So, well, we're going to take the high. We're going to absolutely take the IB high. No, we're not. Who the hell do you know? We thought we were going to take the high here, and look what happened. You know, do not do that. And I have a data set to prove that from my experience, is a bad idea. And that's also kind of a thing that a lot of unprofitable traders do, is they're not patient, you know. When your first trade signal is the initial balance statistic, you've got no business putting on a trade until that statistic has been achieved and you have the signal. Period. I don't know another way to say it, but that's just managing Monkey Boy, I think. Now at 9:30, there will be a statistic. And those pullback zones and things will push across here to Bookmap. They'll materialize. Well, let's fingers crossed. They'll materialize over here. These things should reset to 0. That's why I've got this up here now. And we'll see what happens from here. Let me further explain that this system, testing this system, is simply a test. These trades that will fire over here go to the investing IRT simulator. The reason I have this note here is to confirm that I've selected the simulator account, not my live AMP account, because both of these are driven, both Bookmap and IRT are driven by the live rhythmic data from AMP. So I could be sending trades from IRT, but I definitely do not want to until this has been thoroughly, you know, I am risk adverse. I'm conscious of risk. I am preserving my account. Okay, so the third precaution is this, which is important if you're using IRT and curious. This particular quote page called Trading List must have a symbol in it, and any symbol that you have in here can be traded live to the broker. So this is strictly to trade within IRT's simulator. And what I'm doing now is the forward test. The minute I get a signal and a trigger, there's 3 signals in the system, A, B, and trigger. The minute I get a trigger for whatever that trade is, irregardless, no discretion involved, I enter the trade manually in Bookmap. There you go. And it is 9:30. So guess what happened? The initial balance trades, the initial balance statistic is active. And miraculously, what happened? Well, there they are. Continuation zones, trigger zone, pullback zone, IRT high, IRT low, period. Okay? That's all we can do. If you want to look over here and you don't believe me, we can look at the chart. So here we go. You see they're starting to plot right now. And the labels are on. So, and there we are, and that worked. Everything sets to 0. So that piece of code is working, and I'm so pleased. my method, I mean, my goal obviously here is, and I can show you that, I have configured over the weekend to actually trade via these signals. Live trade from my RT, but I am certainly not going to do that until I have all of this tested as many ways as I can figure out to do it to satisfy myself. And remember, this is my virtual trading journal. I'm talking to myself. And I'm sharing it freely and openly to try to, for transparency, accountability, and if it helps, if you go, that old guy's out of his freaking mind, I'm not doing that. Good. If that helps you and you're successful, I'm happy. This is not my way or the highway or anything like that. So the narration here, well, let me just, quickly point out that all of the video from my monitors and my trading setups and my trading software goes into the video, right? The only way I'm able to get what I'm thinking at the moment into the stream and the recording is this this continual narration or this voiceover. So when I'm talking to myself, reaffirming, I also believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you tell it out loud, what you articulate out loud. And therefore, I'm real conscious of not saying, oh, I'm a loser, I overtrade, I can't do this, blah, blah, blah. Because I think your subconscious mind goes, oh, okay, well, far out, we're a loser and we can't stop overtrading. And maybe that's just, maybe that sounds stupid to you. But, if you're Christopher Hitchens, I'm sure he'd think that was crazy. But that's, you gotta go with what you go with, right? So when I say you or I'm talking to myself. And if it can be of any help or entertainment or humorous or whatever to anybody else, that's super. And I appreciate coming by the stream. Throw something in the chat. Antonio and I get, I'm sure he gets tired of hearing me talk to him. And, like and sub. And if you don't want to do either one of those things, send money. So, whatever works. I'm not monetized in YouTube at all. So in it for the likes and subs. If YouTube wanted to give me $10,000 or $20,000 a week, I bet you I'd take it. That'd be my guess. So we have no trades on the horizon. We have no signals on the horizon. We're flat smack dab in the middle. What does our profile look like today so far? Well, pretty balanced, eh? We had essentially the only news we're going to get out this morning already. I've got everything over here looks okay. Looks benign from losing money. Let's look at the checklist for trading. We got both selected. Let me caution again, if you accidentally click over here in the active data column someplace, when you have the either both or chart selected, you got a trade or an order in your hands, whether you meant to or not. And as you might imagine, that's the voice of experience talking. The reason I have converted have converted from keyboard trading to the mouse and this active data column is I believe it's more accurate and faster in Bookmap. So there you go. I know that it's a risk neutral 2-lot package because that's the 2-lot package I have keyed up in multi-brackets. I'm on both. I don't need this. I've got my parameters. We're ready to trade, assuming we get a signal. Well, what happened here? Geez, I leave for a second. You guys don't do something. Okay. I'm on the right screen. That's a hell of a step in the right direction. I've got my chapters up to date. The reason I struggle around and am sort of, focused on these timestamps for the stream is obvious, I hope. The stream is 7 hours every day, and I'm here for a lot more than that. Like, about double that, actually. And these are stand-up desks, and so I want to, I don't know about you, but I'm sure as hell never going to listen to all 7 hours of this stream. I want to know, I took T1 there, or T2 got exit there, I got my profit target there, whatever, you know what I mean? Or at least the beginning of each trade, or the beginning of each something that it might be meaningful. And that's why I do it. It's what I use is a plugin for OBS, which has setup hotkeys, and then I can type stuff if I need to from time to time. But yeah, that's the reason I kind of focus on it or fixate on it sometimes, because it's so important. I think it is to me anyway. And remember, again, this is my journal. So there you are. Responsive selling or buying, balanced her out, got a little of that inventory back. They squared up, and now here they are. What does that profile look to you like? Pretty damn balanced, isn't it? Me too. Hate that kind of. So if you're looking at it as I am from the initial balance trades, there are two. There's the initial balance continuation, and there's the initial balance failure. So the failure would be take the initial balance statistic, can't get any horsepower to the upside, mean revert, outside in. The IBF or IB failure setup is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance. The other trade for me, and there's two, right? One of each from the IB high, one of each from the IB low, depending on what price is doing. And the other one is the IB continuation. We come ripping up here, take out the IB stat, no interest to go lower, and they continue on. If you stop and think about that for a minute, looking at this profile, which one of those would you anticipate being more likely? Or looks to me like the trade to anticipate would be the IB failure, wouldn't it? Because it's a rotational day. That's the reason, actually, that I vetted the IB trades first, the two setups, because it gives me a vetted setup for a directional day and a vetted setup for a rotational day. I mean, that's the plan. That was my thinking. And I'm looking for the next setup to vet. I want to start working on that right away. So if you've got any suggestions there, throw them in the chat. That'd be cool. Once we get close to the setup starts to form, I'll start doing all the hocus pocus magic I've been doing over here on Bookmap to try to enable myself to accurately pick off those setups and triggers and on Bookmap, because that's the execution platform, right? Or forget about it and get trading on IRT, but that's a pretty big step. That would be a pretty big step for me. I lean pretty heavily on the visual setup. I'm a real big creature of habit. So for me to just forget about Bookmap and start trading everything off IRT would be quite a step. And maybe the best one. I don't know. Save a hell of a lot of money. What I'm doing, just so you don't, if you're new, whatever, what I do when we get close to the first signal, what I have been doing, let's put it that way, I shut off the heat map, which is just, I guess you know enough about Bookmap, everyone. This is just a graphic representation on the chart of the resting liquidity in the dome or the book or the price ladder or whatever name you want to call this thing over here, right? These are resting liquidity. These are resting orders. Do they have to trade? Nope. But there they are. Here's a note. Here's something to remember about this and spoofing and all those kind of things. If somebody puts in an order for 334 contracts over here or whatever, sometimes you see 1,000, they might be spoofing, but guess what? They have a large enough account that they can put that order into the book. Think about that for a minute. Can you put 348? Can you put an order for 348 contracts in this book? So what does that tell you? That tells you that these people have enough horse. And of course, I understand that this could be a total of several different orders, but you get the idea here. They may be spoofing. They may be going to pull them. They may have some ulterior motive about why they did that, but they are a big enough player and have deep enough pockets to do it. This is the live book. This is real live, not data coming from some freaking place, right? So that's something to remember, I think, and to pay attention to, or at least I take note of it for sure. Back to this. I shut off the heat map. If we take this out, now we start getting close up here, the next thing I will do, is put on candlesticks. 1 minute candlesticks. And I widen out to 1 minute on the time frame, because this candle is representing this data. As this builds, this candle's building. When 1 minute is over, that one stops and the next one starts. And sometimes when I'm really having trouble understanding what's going on or focusing on it, I get rid of the last price. And now what is that? That is a 1 minute candlestick chart. And there are my levels and stuff. So, and the reason I do that is at this point, the trade system, which is vetted, and I have statistics for it, the signals are dependent on open and close, for example. Well, if I don't know where open and close is, how do I make sure I'm taking the signal here as I have vetted it in the backtesting? And if I'm asking a question here and I'm hoping somebody's got an answer for me, because this is what I've been able to figure out so far. And I got to admit, it looks pretty stupid, doesn't it? Let's circle back to that. Maybe I just forget about trading on Bookmap and trade on IRT, because what is this? Well, here you are. This is what this is. There are the levels. There's a bar chart. And I could be entering market, buy, sell, limit, whatever, right here. So I don't really know what to say at this point, but I'm trying to stick with it, and I don't have the code skills to have the signals come over here and automatically trade and do all that kind of stuff in Bookmap. So, yeah, this, like I said, this is just, I'm winging it here. But this is where it'll probably end up when we start getting to, and if we start getting to a situation where I'm going to expect or anticipate a trade. And let me just say one other thing too that's pretty important, I think, that's really advantageous about vetting a trade besides all the, you know, the real data and truth about it. When you're trading, as I am, a vetted setup, nothing's a big surprise. Nothing's in a hurry. What am I doing? I'm anticipating what's going to happen. If price trades down here and there is a open above the IB low and a close below the IB low, and the bar preceding the signal bar has an open higher than the close, that's a signal. That's the first signal in my setup. Oh, okay. Let's see if we get the second one. Pullback zone, continuation zone. Oh, okay. Let's see if we get the trigger. Boom. If we do, trigger. Now, I'm struggling around the trigger, trying to figure out the most advantageous way to do the entries, because this is the trigger zone and these zones are real simple. Happy to share them. Trigger zone is just 1 point either side of the IB line. Same thing up here. So for example, if I had a resting order at the top trigger zone, when price comes through there, it'll enter this trade. What if it trades down to here? Well, I'm already 1, 2. I've only got one more point below me for a stop. And I'm really struggling with what to do about that. How to optimize the entry to achieve as asymmetric trade location as I can get, which is important. Asymmetric trade, of course, is, you want to have your entry as close to, let me start over. An asymmetric entry would be that the relationship between your stop, or where the signal that the trade fails, and risk potential is asymmetric. You got a lot more potential than you do risk. Now, with my setup, I have a built-in risk to reward ratio. But where the risk to reward ratio is in planning, the R multiple is the result of actual trades. So there's that. I don't know what else to say. Now I could throw a little more heat map on here if you want to see what's going on with all this liquidity. Ooh, let's look at this. Whoa, baby. Here, let's watch this. This is what you see some of these sellers doing here. Oh, yeah. What the hell? And I don't have all the balls and all the, all the other stuff going on that you can have in Bookmap. It's got a whole bunch of stuff you can do. I'm just joking, but yeah. To me, that's overpowering. I'm going to leave this as it is because I want to just watch how we trade up here, and maybe we'll go all day. Week ago, Monday and Tuesday, no trades, no signal. I don't do it. Simple. This is not a video game or gambling. I absolutely don't want it to be an adrenaline or a rush or a dopamine fix. This is what I am approaching this as a statistical business, which must be consistently profitable. This is my business, my life, my support. you know, so now we're not doing anything here, so we can turn some of these things off, I guess. We can turn off the candlesticks. You could do this 2 or 3 things at the same time, or put in a hotkey that just turned them all off and on or something. I don't know how to do that with Bookmap. Maybe if you do, let me know. So here we are back to normal Bookmap, last price. So you see now, if I have the candles off and the last price on, how do I know if the close is within, above and the open's below, which are requirements that I have vetted thus far in that setup? And maybe the answer is, well, dummy, figure out a different setup. But then here we go back to the beginning again. Okay. Those are the rules which I vetted. If I change all the rules and start over. Now, starting over isn't that tough because I've got the back test engine set up with the basic stuff and the 2-lot risk neutral things, all those kind of stuff. Still, And the reason I stick with the basic 2-lot is scaling up's a no-brainer, right? So, stick with the basics. And at some point here, I'll go over my size up tool. Well, you see how trading to the statistic didn't work out so well for anybody over here. Or let's get Blue Boy over here. See what that lazy dog's up to. There he is. Hey, Blue. What's up, dude? Well, what did we do? Traded up a little bit, had a big poke up here, and then we're just flat as Kelsey's nuts. Flat as a fritter. Let's put it that way. What people do, traders, myself included previously, oh, look at that breakdown. We're below the VWAP. We're below the mid. We're below the POCs. We're going to take the IB low. It's down. And then you end up stopping out and wondering why. So, that's the last I'm going to talk about that. But that's the reason for the stick to your... And what's this now? Remember the random risk band, right? Remember the random risk. Well, I was all set to 0, so that's pretty cool. Now I wish I had those things activated now that I know that it resets to 0. What I'm trying to do over here is minimize all these random signals that fire from the signal marker in this chart. And the trading system doesn't do that. It does sequentially. A, B, trigger. Once you're in a trade, no signals until stop out or both targets or T1 and 2 are hit, and then it resets and starts again. So I want to be sure about that because as it is now, there's a million signals flying all over the place, and I'm okay with that, but anybody else is probably going, what the hell is going on here? And it would be handy for me too. I'll be the first to admit that. But I'm not going to try to make those changes in the middle of the day. Am I? Let me think about that. Maybe I could change the A on the IB high just to see. Well, there's no possibility of any signals now because we're not near any of that. We're not in that range, so I'm going to leave it alone. Leave it alone. And get over here. Boop. And this liquidity and these things are meaningful. You know, this liquidity right here is what? That's 200 and change, right? It's more than 231 by a substantial amount. It's a low volume node, and it's been in the book since 9/11. And there's always the question in my mind, are those big levels of liquidity a target or a lid on the pot? As with everything in trading, you can look at it and interpret it any way, either way, 180 degrees diametrically opposed or not. And that's the beauty of being a rearview mirror guru. You can twist it around, and anything you say can turn out okay in the rearview mirror. You know, and you can have a valid sounding reason for it. And in a sense, it is valid. It's, fractal or time frame specific or whatever else it is. But that's the joy of trading, and why I think it's important to recognize that we're trading in a random environment. Why it's important to identify something that recurs, some pattern that recurs, and then do the statistics to validate whether that's got an edge or not, and then exploit that edge or lean on that edge, whatever you want to say. It's all about the law of large numbers. So our third bracket is fired in the market profile over there. And what are we doing? Well, we're just, fluffing around. Entirely possible that this continues all day with the Fed hooting Andy tomorrow at 1,300, because you can bet your sweet butt everybody is waiting for that. Do I expect that will happen? No. Because remember the IB statistics. I don't think I mentioned that this time, but here we go again. I will. Why do so many people pay attention to that? Well, here's the initial balance statistic. It is a greater than 97.8% probability that we will exceed, that price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in the balance of this RTH trading session. There it is right there. 98.3% today, which means it's 1.7% probability that we will not revisit the IB high or low. That's pretty damn close to it isn't 100%, but it's sneaking right up there, So, yeah, do I expect we're going to take out one of these two? Yeah, we do all the time. That's how probabilities work. It's not 100%. It's 1.3% probability that we will not. And about a month ago, we did not on a Friday. I got to look that up because I say that every time I talk about it. We traded the whole day and didn't take the IB high or low. Boop. Case closed. So now I think I need to start thinking that we might be getting a signal here. There's an A. We might get that. I want to see if this works. I want to verify that it's an A or a B or C. And what I'm doing this for is to validate okay, what are we here? So there's 2 ticks high and 1 minute candles so that I can see if this price trades up through this IB, opens below it, closes above it. That's the requirement. And what I am looking for here, why I'm looking at this so intently, is to confirm that we have the trigger on the system over here. Now you notice this is the reason I'm trying to get these sequential targets to plot that way here. As it is now, anytime we get a trigger or a B, they plot. Well, I know that they are insignificant because I need to have an A, then I need to have a B, then I need to have a trigger. Okay? But it would be easier for me, and it certainly would be easier for other people who are using this chart to be able to have it, less discretionary or less, so that you didn't have to interpret as much. And how am I going to make that? I traded $1 to a $50 million with one setup, 100% win rate. How am I going to make that video if I don't just figure it out? Jesus. Never lose again, 100% win rate. I actually saw a video like that. I doom scrolling, YouTube, trying to find something, Patrick Boyle or something intelligent to listen to fall asleep. You see some of the craziest stuff out there. Really, really weird. And my suspicion is that they can't trade their way out of a wet sack. The whole purpose is to get as many subs as possible and, with that kind of clickbait, and get monetized, and they get their money from YouTube, which is, hey, good for you, but be upfront about it. I think that's why I'm so intent here about being transparent and completely fully accountable. This is a live AMP trading account in dollars, and I'm gonna, when there's a signal over here and the trade fires, I'll put it on over here. Best I can. And I've gotten burned yesterday in particular on that, to do with this trigger and where do you place your entry story that I was talking about a minute ago, because I got stopped out for a scratch, no problem, risk neutral, but the system did not, because it fired differently, and as quickly as I could react, I was a couple of ticks lower. I think it was lower. You can see the stream or the screen snaps or whatever. You know what I mean? So, circling back to the importance of your entry location and asymmetric positioning. Big deal. A couple of ticks, you know. A couple of ticks. I might be able to grab a snap of that quickly, and let's check. Oh man, what is going on? Yeah, here's. I think this is illustrative. This is yesterday. Damn, I do that every freaking time. This is yesterday. The two trades from yesterday. There's the outcome of yesterday. There's the date, you know, take your pick, whatever you want. Full capture. Here was the entry. T1. T2 to the tick. The system entered right here. No stop. Now, as it turned out, I was a scratch, okay, no harm, no foul. And I got another entry over here, and I took it. I didn't manage it very well. I guess you could say I got greedy. I'm trying to get this, let the winners run thing, and I missed a 60. I managed up here and ended up with 44 ticks. So that's, you know, not my finest day, but better than a sharp stick in the eye. So that can be the situation that happens to you with a that's what I'm trying to deal with, is that trade and the importance of entry location. And boys, this profile, here's something else to be sure you remember. Oh hell, I gotta wake up. Tam, stand by. Okay. Got what I was talking about, but anyway. Realized I was 10 minutes late. What my thought was, and I hope it continues the conversation. What are we doing now? We're rotating, right? And the mean reversion is the trade of choice for a rotational day, would be the IB failure. You need to remember that, you know, we're going to rotate until we don't. So I've not figured a way where you can identify categorically and, you know, conclusively that we've changed context. We've now gone directional until after it's over with. I don't think you can, but anyway, maybe. If you know how to do that, be sure you let me know. Drop it in the chat. Let us all know. And see if we get something up here. Yeah, I apologize for this. I don't know another way. If you're just joining in, I don't know another way to confirm visually for myself that these signals that I have vetted for the initial balance trades are happening with the typical bookmap configuration that I usually use. So these are 1 minute candles, 1 minute spacing. This is the initial balance. We're gonna be looking for the first signal, which will be if this candle or the next one trades up through and closes above the IB high, that would be an A, and that would qualify because the preceding bar opened lower than it closed. That's my thinking for those rules in the system is, what do you want price to be doing? Well, I want it to be trading up, right? I don't want it to be coming down into the IB. So I think that that's the way to go, and that would be the first, or the A signal. It hadn't happened. Maybe won't, but they are. And then the B signal, or the second signal after the initial balance statistic. This is the pullback zone, and this is the continuation zone. So if we're going to pull back, we take the IB stat, can't get up here anywhere, pull back down into the pullback zone and close, then trade back towards the IB for the trigger, and it's a short. L'envers, the other way around for the continuation. And there's one around the IB high, and there's one around the IB low. There you go. Any other questions about anything specific? Let me know. And these lines and levels are, this is the initial balance. The pullback, the pullback zone and the continuation zone are between 3 and 5 points either side of the IB. And the trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. Simple Simon. There you go. Those are the rules, and which I have vetted to have a positive expectancy and a, win rate and all that stuff. And be sure you understand, or it is my understanding, win rate is completely useless clickbait, internet, Twitter crap taken by itself. Absolutely. Used in conjunction with the other metrics, it is an input to the calculation formula for expectancy. Now, here we go. Okay. That would fire an A signal, assuming this bar closes above the IB. And why in God's world did that happen at 10:15, do you imagine? My suspicion is, without any question about it, and I don't have an A to the upside yet, so I've got that signal broken over here on the... It's got to close above it, or it's not a signal. We got about 4 minutes left. The A fired on the bottom side, but not... I've got something goofy from my reconfiguring of that stuff. Okay, so we do have an A, and now we're heading for a continuation zone up here. Would be B, and then the trigger, but we don't have either one of them. And why is this happening? Who said what? What happened? Is there news? Is there something going on? Beats the hell out of me, man. Light volume and a lot of random potential here, random risk on the hoof. I'm focused on this signal and potential trade. So I am going to... We need to close up in there. Get up in there and close, you dog. You got 3 seconds. Get up there. Come on. Push. Somebody, you guys get out and push. Oh, didn't close inside. So we don't have a B yet. Will this one? Don't know. I'm not getting any of the upside signals here. So there's something wrong there. I've got that goofy somehow. I thought I had them all I thought I had those all corrected, but apparently not. And I'm talking about over here. Got the A's and the B's, but we don't have the A or the B signal. There would be the A on both, should be on both sides. We've got the ones, that's good. And that's a B, so it's fired, you see. The difference is it's fired here, but it hasn't, why has that not happened? And I don't want to miss this signal here, but something's wrong with the way these are firing. What I'm doing is looking for sequence here. And this is just, you know, maybe I'll just unwind it all back to I know what to do, and there you go. Trying to make it more user-friendly. Okay. No B signal yet. And of course, no trade. Get up in there. I'm going to be pretty hard pressed. I'll be kind of disappointed, frankly, if I get a signal up here. Because I'm not confident that we're going to continue this up move. Oh, there we go. So there's the B. We do have a B. Oh, it did fire a B. Okay. On the upside. Just the A did not happen. If this price comes down into this trigger zone, I'm going long. That's the plan. That's a fact, Jack. And, you know, then chips will fall where they may. I'm leaning on the statistics. I'm looking for the law of large numbers to manifest. The law of large numbers is real simple, obviously. It's just, I guess, it's real simple. It's if you make 5% per trade, that's your expectancy. You know, so let's say you make $5 and you take 10 trades, that's $50. If you take 1,000,000 trades, that's, you know, $5 million. Law of large numbers. It's a statistical fact. It is also the whole theory. And so now we're going to get a signal here pretty quick. It's the whole theory of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. It is exactly what they rely on, what they lean on. I have no idea about this being true. I just saw something about it, or read something. But the edge in roulette for an American casino is 2.5%, and they make millions of dollars. Their entire mission being to play that game as many times as they humanly can in 24 hours. That's why they're so non-emotional. You know, the dealers and all those guys. They're just there to play whatever game it is as many times as they can in 24 hours to take advantage of or to leverage the law of large numbers. They already know that the game has an edge, has a positive expectancy. They wouldn't be playing it. They put no game on the casino floor that doesn't have a positive expectancy. Boom. Well, we don't have a trigger here yet. And I don't know what brought that deal on. Was they going to trade it back down here to this low volume node and back up? What are they going to do? Who's on third? I don't know. what I will have to do is take it mechanically, as mechanically as I can. Not that I would be all warm and fuzzy about it particularly, but here we're getting ready for a long here pretty quick. Now that would be a long because we've touched into the zone, but I am suspicious that we're going to get some more down move on it. And if we don't, I'll be thoroughly pissed and we'll have missed the trade. That's what I was talking about earlier with what do I do with these trigger zones? Pretty disappointing there. That's going to frustrate me. And there's, I don't know what to do about that. Any suggestions? I'm all ears. Well, you know, I've tried putting a resting order there, and as I said yesterday, got screwed. Put one at the IB, and if it hits, it hits, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't know what to do about it. My initial reaction is down here in this low volume zone around here around the IB, but I'm not thinking this is an error in my execution because I don't know what to do, frankly. And the system hasn't taken a trade, which I'm a little suspicious about. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Well, I guess I'll put one right in here at about the IB high and see what happens. I don't know. There's, you know, we would be risk neutral scaled a couple of times here. They're trading into this low volume zone and the IB high and not getting below it. So I don't know. I'm not sure how to make this more objective. I'm going to put a resting order right there and see what happens. See if I get hit. Okay, there's a long. Yeah, there's a long. T1 is long. And let's hope the IB, we can lean on the IB. The system did not take a trade yet, and that's got me pretty buffaloed here. I don't know what to think about that. Ah, yeah, we did. There, the system did just enter a trade just where I did. Well, there you go. That means exactly nothing, but there it is right there. All right, now we just, you know, see what the hell happens. And I have no clue what will happen. But we're in the trade. And now I could start changing stuff, I guess. I don't usually do that at this moment, but I don't really think I have a particularly good feeling about this, but it is the signal trade, and so therefore I took it. They don't seem like they're too anxious to get up there, but maybe they will. I don't have any. I guess I can now take a moment to look around and see if there's some news someplace. What I'm seeing here is lower highs and lower lows. Mm-hmm. News. That was I going to do next. The news. God damn, boy, this is frustrating. Bureau of Labor Statistics, December real earnings to be released on January 13th. Well, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, no, Trump attend. That's okay. Well, I don't see anything. I don't see anything red hot. I also don't see the market going the direction that I would like to see it going. But we don't know. You know, my initial reaction, as I was talking about earlier, is that in a mean reversion kind of a day, I don't think that the continuation trade is necessarily the right idea. But I'm trying to be as mechanical about this as I can. And thinking that I talked about this the other day, I guess. I need to think about some sort of a filter. I guess. No idea. You know, very light volume, and who the hell knows? I'd say it's a coin flip. Well, it is a coin flip, obviously. Gonna go up or down. I can't, discretionarily not take trades based on the direction of what I think, like the rotational or a directional day, until I figured out a way to get them into my back testing and verify that that's valid. Makes sense, but I don't know. You never know. So what do? You just stand here and wait. Hopefully we'll get that T1 scale, and then it's put on your helmet and put your feet up, and away you go. Funny, after all these trades, still, and in my mental understanding of that, you still get the monkey boy thing. I do anyway, which is just based on all that wiring that we've inherited and developed through evolution. It's FOMO. I can feel the adrenaline and in my body right now. And the way I think that you need to deal with that is to be vigilant about your awareness of your state. And like, I am not going to move my target or my stops. I'm going to be aware of the fact that I've got monkey boy ripping and snorting around in here. I'm gonna try to get him to go out and play in the backyard. Those things served us well in our development thousands of years ago, but not so much in trading. Specifically trading, we need to be risk-seeking and as opposed to risk-adverse. Come on, push, guys. I need this risk-neutral scale up here, and then I'm all a happy guy. Come on, everybody out. Everybody push. One more tick. And you believe it, one more tick. There we go, risk neutral scale. Isn't that cute? I love it when that happens. Now, guess what? Risk neutral. The worst I can possibly do is scratch. Will I move my stops? Will I move my targets? Nope. There's T2. I can start bringing some of this stuff back to life here, I guess. Ooh, look at all that. Ooh, that would have scared me to death. See, I'm glad I didn't see that now. before now. Take out that high. There's got to be some stops up there. Let's get ripping. Oh, yeah, here we go. There's 300, 600, and something else 100 up there. What's this thing up here? 68, 880. And who knows? But what I know now is the worst that will happen is, what happened here? Something is wrong. What happened to the break-even line? There's supposed to be a green break-even line that drops down here and plots. Did I screw up somehow and turn that off? That's bullshit. Well, let's see if that's over here somewhere. I've never seen that one before. Break-even point. There we go. God damn, how did that get turned off? There you go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Jesus. Huh? Now, okay, if you get all FOMO-y and everything and you knock it out here, what have you got? You got 1-to-1. You've made 24 ticks or something like that. and you've ruined all the stuff you've worked for, or I've worked for, in my back testing. So I don't think that's a good idea. And here we have the signal. Here we have the trade as almost exactly as I traded it. A little bit better entry, you see this? But here we go. So let's see how we end up. I'm excited. I realize all of the oh, you've left half your money on the table and all that stuff, but I can't tell you how the relief that I experience when I get that risk neutral scale out. Man, we'll see if they can get any higher out of it now. You can turn on the last price. There you go. And I guess I can turn off the candles now. Also. Boy, I tell you, I have more trouble with that. There you go. Back to more of a normal thing. We can get Blue Boy back on duty here. Sorta. Get an idea of what's happening context-wise. Well, so far context is up, eh? Yeah. That makes you feel better, doesn't it? Kind of got a pullback here. Will it get up through there? I hope so. Will it come down and take me out? Maybe. I don't like the fact that the stop is right at developing value area high. I'm not liking that a whole lot. Not liking that much. And there's the stop. And here's the part that is really gonna irritate the bejesus out of me when it goes down here and one ticks the stop at the developing value area high and goes ripping up out the roof. And wouldn't surprise me a bit. But I will never move my stop away from entry. What this does to me is further clouds the water about how do I optimize the asymmetric trade location, you know? If I'd have gotten long down here. Not in no way is that part of my plan, unless it just went through the trigger and I happen to get lucky. But that would have put the stop down here somewhere. You know what I mean? That's the only, that's been something that's rolling around my brain for a long time. And the system agrees. There's the stop. Now we start over. I don't know why the A didn't fire to the long side. I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on with that, but I'm not going to worry about it now. Again, these are just visual references. This is what trade the system put on. And now that we're out, all these have set to 0, so that's great. I can now have confidence to get back to my idea about this. Cool. What day is today? Tuesday, okay. Just the foot. Oh yeah, tomorrow's bed day. That's right. So here we are, 1 in, 1 out, scratch-a-rooney. Actually, that's the trade that makes sense. I mean, what are we doing here? Mean reversion. The IB failure ought to be the trade. The way the IB failure signal would be, it takes the initial balance wherever that was over here someplace. Trades down to here, pulls back up for the trigger, and down we go. Maybe, you can reevaluate this whole shooting match to any way you want to do it, but this is the way I've set it up, I've coded it, and what I have back tested. And that's the best I can do. Now we're getting a B here. If this closes within this is a B, but it doesn't matter because there's not an A. This is an A, but not one we're already in a trade. I don't think that makes sense. So I guess what I need to do is go back the other way again. God damn it. I wish I could just do this twice. Boy, this mouse is irritating me. Configure. Candlestick. Configure. I don't know if I can leave that last price on there or not. It just irritates me. Let's roll this out here to 1 minute again and start over. So we don't have an A yet, and we're not going to get one from down here. We're not going to get an A. Yes, we could, because this is the IB high. Yeah, I got to remember my rules. I'm real curious as to why that's not firing over on the chart. But let's just see what we see here. You'd think I could leave that last price on there and be able to see where those candles are opening and closing, wouldn't you? Open is right here, up, down. The reason, I think I explained this, but the reason for that is what happened first, the chicken or the egg. And sometimes, I don't see one. Oh yeah, here we go. There's an A, and there's a trigger. Well, that on the same bar, which can't be. Because the trigger, well, you see my point, right? I'm not going to think about it right now. I'm thinking about trading. Right back down to our stop-a-rooney over there. I hope I don't keep getting signals for these continuation trades. I think about over the weekend, but that would be I have to figure out a way to come up with a signal for the system, non-discretionary, right? And I don't know what it is, how to quantify programmatically a rotational day or a rotational session. I don't know what to think. And I also need to be careful that I don't get biased by looking at oh, here you go. Here's the volume profile for today, right? It looks pretty balanced, doesn't it? What is the volume? What is the profile really doing? What's the market really done? Context is up. Higher lows, higher highs. From down here to up here. The volume came through here in this consolidation, but it isn't a balanced profile. I mean, it looks rotational over here, but we've only gone one way. So you see how bias can come into it, including my bias. Ooh, we're gonna close above, There would be an A. Yeah, there's an A. Right there. Absolutely bubbly. Now are we going to get a continuation or a pullback, or what the hell's going to happen? Who's on third? I don't know. Boy, I can certainly see a lot of merit in having a system coded up and, going for coffee or going to that, like those guys on YouTube that are out there with a Heineken in their feet, and they're looking at the phone or how much money they made on some beach someplace. And obviously that's pretty much how quant trading works. They're not on the beach or they're not doing anything, but it's non-discretionary, programmatic trading. God damn it, if they go up there and get another continuation trade, I'm going to get pretty disappointed about that. I guess I shouldn't bitch. I should just take them and go. And here's another side of the coin now, obviously. Which would basically the other way of this trade is buying, am I thinking this right? I was thinking, buying pullbacks. But in other words, this would be a pullback into the pullback zone as an entry for up here. Not that we come up here for a trigger and fall the other way. Typically there's a ABC, I think, though. That's the principle here. It goes up, comes back, trades up, can't get above it, and falls away, or trades off in the other direction. If we get a close up here again, we get another damn B, and then we'll be looking for a trigger, and then here I go again. Here we go again. Coming up to 11 o'clock. RTH 2, I guess. Boy, this a lot of things you can think about in a day like today with light. You could put parameters on light volume, average true range limits. You know, there's a lot of things that could be qualifiers that could be valid, eh? I mean, what are these ranges? 68, 2 handles. Didn't make it into the oomph zone over there. Yeah, exactly. Now we're in a 2-handle range and we're up to 60% volume. That's not very, doesn't make you all warm and fuzzy, does it? It doesn't me. There we are. And here we are. Is there some sort of bunches of liquidity parked out over here? Oh, look at that. Holy shit. That's a lot of liquidity, eh? Are they putting a lid on it? And here we go with it. Is this a lid on the pot or, you know, a target? Well, it doesn't have any bearing on what I'm going to do because I'm working on the signal, but those are things that I could factor in, I suppose. Liquidity, resting, you know, I don't know, some way to quantify the bunch of resting liquidity above or whatever. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Or babbling out loud, maybe. More to the point. Jesus. We got to get a close into the continuation zone and a pull back to the trigger. Then here we go again. Same thing as before. They're real simple. They're 3 rules. You know, the KISS deal, right? Well, what did that do? Oh, I wish I could find a reason to think along was a good idea, but I'm struggling here. And of course, that's got nothing to do with what I'm going to do trade-wise, because I'm going to follow the system, and that's that. But still. Well, this does lend a bit of, oh, we didn't get a trigger. Isn't that a shame? Need a close up here in order to come back for the trigger. Pretty flat top, which is encouraging to me. Typically, we want to see excess where the auction comes to a logical conclusion by tapering out. Very flat on the top so far. What the hell that means, who knows? We don't have a close up there in the zone, and we haven't come back to the trigger, so average true range is 2 points on a 1-minute candle. You can see we got up to our ass and consolidation going on over here. As they say, it's hard to remember the object was to drain the swamp when you're up to your ass in alligators. I really don't know what to think about this environment, whether to just, there's some guys in static that are just, I'm not trading, you know, I'm staying out till after the first of the year. They're chatting and talking and whatever else, but I don't necessarily think that's the right idea either. Got a long way to go to get a signal and a trigger, though. That's for damn sure. And I don't like these ledges. I've talked about this before. These ledges like where we are now. I hate that. That looks real unfinished to me. Like they've got to do some stuff down here. They got to do some auction down here in order to level, you know, smooth that out. And it may just be completely, that may be ridiculous, but that's the way I think about them. And I don't have anything to worry about at this point because I don't have, but I do not have a close up here, which would be a B. Did we even get an A? Yeah. Right there. No close in the zone yet. This would be the trigger. See that it fired the trigger over here, but no B. There's the, well, now in reality, this would be the A. You can notice where the date and all the stats about the bar, each bar that I highlight on that info box. High is 68, 68, 75, and the close is 68.5. The IB stat is 68.5. So it did close on it, would have been qualified. Now there would have been a, on the initial balance entry, the system is saying it's taken an entry. I'm pretty puzzled about that myself. Did I miss something completely? I guess so. Well, I guess I got to do this here. That's pretty weird. And there's another one. There's trade 2. I didn't see that at all. And I'm not warm and fuzzy about it, but the system says it's got one on.
Order submitted.
And that's irritating because I was thinking it was a good thing not to be in a trade. And here we go with the trade location again and the entry location for asymmetric positioning. Oops. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's a god dang bummer. I didn't imagine that one was going to happen. I'm going to have to look at it. Oh well. Something about back testing, which you may or may not know while we're watching this workout in here. Any back test engine cannot possibly look at the intra-bar progress, or in other words, it looks at open, high, low, close on each bar. It can't look at what happened first, you know? Did it go to the high first, or did it go to the low first, or did it do this or do that? Obviously it can pick open and close, and you can see where they are with relationship to each other. But what happens within the bar is not depicted in any way. So when I backtest this thing, in order to try to get some sort of sequential value to do with these rules, I backtested over 15 seconds. Put this anticipation of this. Well, somebody let me know if I get rich here. Come on, get that T1 so I can go fill my water bottle back up. You know you want to get up there now. This volume truly sucks. Well, there's T2, I mean T1, so that's a good for me. Okay, now what? Come on, show them who's boss. Let's do some Trump stomping here. Let's get up here, come on. Come on down. I'm gonna go water bottle up. Somebody let me know if I'm rich. Ah, this is just obnoxious. At some point, I suppose they're going to take out that high and put some taper up there instead of this little poor high or weak high or whatever they call them. I was getting mixed up. I think a poor high is when it's only one. A weak high is when it's not 2 ticks or something. I don't know. Long time ago, I did that Jim Dalton stuff. There they are. This is why there is a school of thought that for especially retail traders, you work on a one-to-one risk-reward deal. Right now, I would have had 2 winners. You know what I mean? It'd be 48 ticks. I don't know what to think about that. I don't necessarily prescribe to it, but where am I again now? At least I got under the developing value area high for whatever that means. We've still got the mean reversion down below us and a bunch of crap. Who knows? Who knows? I know how to think about my out to take my daughter to school, or took the daughter to school, went out to go pick her up, had a flat tire. Go figure that. Hadn't had that happen in 20 years. Got to figure out what's the deal. I blew it up, and now I got to go check it out and make sure it's okay. Or find a place, get a new tire, whatever. Relatively new car, 13,000 miles or something on them. And of course, that was at 7 o'clock at night, and everything's closed, and it's dark and cold, and you know what I mean. That's all magic, right? Stuff always breaks at night or on the weekend, doesn't it? Why is that? I guess it's what's it, Murphy's Law, I guess. Come on, show everybody you're a big shot. Get up there and get this whatever up here above us. Do something. Give me some money. Show me the money. I don't really have any high expectations for today. Certainly not. Now, the bond auction may have something to do with something, but that's not going to be until 12. And it may not be good. 12-year note, 10-year note. Still pretty much flat on the top. Flat top. Used to be a popular haircut. What do we got going on now? This is... There we are. This is what I mean by flat top. You see how we got taper at the bottom and nothing going on up here? Same way with here. But we're just not getting any oomph. NASDAQ is poking its head up here. If NASDAQ takes a bump, maybe. We're going the wrong direction over here, though. We're going the wrong way. Trade placement again based on entry. So this stop right ahead of this low volume node is not the most rosy or opportune, optimistic position. And these lows here. Ever notice how you don't ever seem to usually get saved by a tick, but taken by a tick? Is that just our monkey brain remembering that, or what? Never move your stop away from entry, in my opinion. Boom, stop, boop. Okay, there you go. And sure, it's going to be a one tick and then it'll go ripping up. Or not. And the system's not out because it hasn't it had a little bit more advantageous entry than I did. I think. No, it's out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go out and check that tire. I just was standing here thinking about that. This is stupid. This market is stupid. I'm 2 for 2. Scratches on both sides. You know, eight volume and Zippo the hippo. Let's just look. This becomes stupid, you know, and there's a point where, what's that, you know, whipping a dead horse kind of thing. But this is trading. This is the magic of that. However, life's what happens while you're making other plans. Isn't that it? I've got to get to, and if you look over here at the bigger picture, now we can get all zoomed around and do different stuff. You know, here we are. Look at this. Look at these lows right here. Boom, boom, boom. So this short, this long, put us right at the, you know, there's no way I knew. Had I gotten long here, where would my stop be? Down here. Still would have been stopped out likely. Get this close, it's likely we're going to get a mean reversion back to the POCs. But there you are. Not sure that what'd that snap do? I don't even remember. Thinking about the tires. Yeah, I gotta make it different. So here we go again, some more, still, whatever. Okay, now we can do a snap. This is for all those folks that like to see the all the book mappy stuff. Yeah, well, there you are. I'm gonna go out, I think, and air up that tire. That's looking a little low, but it held all night, so I'm assuming that it's not a blowout or something. It's because it's gotten cold. I'm going to put some Fix-A-Flat to the rescue, and then one of the things you have to do with that is drive it, so it gets forced into any hole by centripetal force. Physics. So I'm going to step away here for that. No trade on the horizon that I can see. And I'm going to bet if I be up for it, I don't think I'm going to push my luck for another long, you know. Kind of, yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that. I'll be back. No. Okay, so my wife's being a wise ass. And what happened now? 12 o'clock in the Intermountain West. Definitely sold off. Reinforces my, boy, I don't think I want to be long today. But hey, worked out, 2 scratches. What are you going to do? And I have no trades coming up now, so. Mean reversion setup vetted, you're probably really tickled. I do not. The closest I got to mean reversion is the IB trade, neither of which set up. Okay, so if you look at this on the big picture, what have we done? That responsive buying to take some inventory, take some profit at the open, and then we're just mean reversion, rotating auction, open auction, I think. So good luck there. I'm gonna do other stuff here, continue to do other stuff and monitor the market. I've been in twice and out scratched both times, and no setups on the horizon here. Whoa, that was a long one. My son had to deal with some stuff with my son that I wasn't expecting. So sorry about that. You see the two trades here that we've got. Not much of a follow up to the stream at this point. We're at 234. I'll go straight into. We'll just bypass the back testing and get right to the daily recap here. Sorry about that. So yeah, well, here are the two. The wrong mouse. Geez, I'm all discombobulated here. He's all upside down about stuff. And two trades here today, both per the signals, both IBC, both scratch, and no other signals since then. And I'm only trading the initial balance vetted trade, so that's perfectly normal. I mean, to be expected. Here we are. Everybody's definitely in the hole. They've got their positions, the way they want them for before tomorrow. 1300 tomorrow is going to be the biggie. That's the Fed rate decision. So here's look at today, doji or whatever you call that. Basically a nothing indecision day. On that subject, then, boom, tomorrow. There you go, right there, 1300. That's the big one. They're looking for a quarter basis point cut. If they don't get it, I would suppose you better have your short socks on. I would guess it's going to go down. This is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it any way you want. This is one of my two news sources. You can capture. I prefer this one for, doing a screen grab or posting into Discord or somewhere because it's clean and easy to read. You can also, look at earnings. You can look out weeks, next week's, whatever you want to do. Pretty handy. And it only reports established, scheduled financial and economic reports and news. Not Trump's going to have a talk somewhere or something, that kind of thing, which that's what I lean on financial juice for. These random events here that are not really financial anything, but could potentially have a big impact on the market depending what may or may not be said. Then this side is more like a squawk box. So this is where we'll have the market on close imbalance at 1450. And then the stream will wind up as usual at 1500 on two scratches. Disappointing, but hey, we had I got to take them as they come and trade them without discretion. Those signals and the trades are, come on, right there. There are the two trades signaled by the system, both of which I took, both of which are scratched. And you see nothing in the meantime, and certainly nothing now because I have an end of day rule at which I can change, but 1430, any trade I was in at 1430 would be closed out, and certainly, of course, won't take any new ones at that point. This is working great, so I'm going to work on my stuff. Why didn't that reset to 0? Or this one reset to 0? I've got to look at that. They should reset after any position. Okay. Anyway, those are just some mechanics for this is the backtesting system. These are the trading rules that I use for backtesting. These are the results. Come on, man. What the hell's going on here? I don't like this is happening. And these are the results of backtests. These are each one of these is an individual backtest over 493 plus days. number of trades, and all the statistics you could possibly imagine for each and every one of them. Various approaches with trailing stops, etc. And that's how I think you should approach trading as a statistical business. So here we are. We'll stand by for the market on closing balance. Not unexpected day at all. If you listen to the pre-market, my analysis and my anticipation articulated before 8:30 this morning was that we would have some responsive buying to take profit over the overnight, and then we would go enter into pretty much of a open auction rotational day, and that's just pretty much exactly what you got in front of you. Just common sense, Certainly not any kind of a mysterious truth, fortune teller, just common sense. So there we have it. Let's see what's going on over here now. There's the entire session in range right there. Boom, boom. Where are we going to close them? Right back on the open. Essentially then, if we close around here, this entire day achieved nothing except a bunch of people, a bunch of traders, speculators, ground up a bunch of retail, and perhaps, hopefully, you all made money. But from a point of view of the value of the S&Ps, exactly nothing right there. So if you ever wanted an example of a full cash trading session with no change, waiting for something, perhaps tomorrow, this is it. I actually think that's pretty funny. Hear a lot of conversation about the value of the S&P, and this is too, undervalued. Is this a fair price and all that stuff? Is it got nothing to do with the value of anything? It's got to do with speculation. I really believe that. And this is a perfect example of it. Seven minutes till the market on closing balance. That's frustrating. Okay, 4 minutes. Trying to find something in my damn phone. When I pass by something on my phone, just scrolling YouTube, it puts it into my history, and I have no intention of ever opening it. It's something that I looked at, made a screen grab of, and I want to find. Nada, no way. Can't find it any place. I think it's a communist plot. Pissed me off. It's so weird. I don't know how that algorithm works, but it's disappointing. By golly. I just don't know. So weird. I wish I did know. And maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just old guy syndrome, and it's doing something somewhere some way that I don't know, but I think I'm fairly switched on with it. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, well. So, a couple minutes now for the market on close and balance, and they're keeping it right on the open. Boy, if you have vetted or are trading a mean reversion, setup that you've pre-identified, well, I bet you had a great day. Good for you. Congratulations. Thanks for coming by the way, the stream. Throw a thumbs up and a sub. That'd be great. Nice to get some feedback. Putting something in the chat's always nice. So we got about a minute and change here. Not that this matters, but it's interesting to see. It used to have quite a significant impact over here on the market. Now, not so much. And it will appear right over here. Oh, well, Trump's at Vance's Christmas reception. Oh, lovely. And tonight he's going to speak on the economy. Thank goodness it's after the market close. Actually, it's the RTH Open, so that could bring some fireworks, I guess. Gosh. There we are. Well, looky here, 1,328,000,000 buy-side S&Ps. Think about that. 1,328,000,000 S&P contracts to buy. 863 buy-side NASDAQ, 409 buy-side Dow, and 526 million buy-side Mag 7. So there you go. And here we are just fluffing around a point or two above the open. And there was the only reaction we got to that market on closing balances right there. So, thanks a lot for dropping by the stream. Sorry for the disjointed attendance on my side here. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? And I wasn't focused on trading because I had no expectations or fantasies that I was going to get any more signals this afternoon just by the way the market was trading. Now, was that a preconceived idea of mine? Yeah, it was. These two scratched me out. We got down into here and around the noon hour, and I thought to myself, well, I don't think we're going to get anywhere today because it's the Fed tomorrow. And so I wasn't too upset about it. Remember that you're the most critical tool in your trading office, and you need to be sure that, wherever I went, there we go. You need to be sure that you recognize that and to take care of, pay as much attention to yourself as the tool. Hydration, sleep, rest, state of mind, on tilt or not, exercise, muscle tone. As you do your, what indicator you're going to be trading with. Really. Rest your eyes. You bring in all of the market and the data and the input. You bring it in through your eyes and you process it with your brain and you make financial decisions and actions that affect your life and your family. It's a damn sight more important than whether you got a widescreen, something, or another monitor, that's for sure. So pay at least as much attention. And this is in case you haven't figured it out yet, this is a highly competitive endeavor we're in, and you need to be on your A game abso-freaking-lutely. When you concentration wavers a little bit, I believe you're gonna pay the price, and I mean that literally, So be careful. Be sure that you remember the stream is every morning from every trading day morning at 8 o'clock. Pre-market setup, news, analysis of the overnight. And then we trade the whole day. So look forward to seeing you here tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by today. These market on close orders, really something to think about it. So there's 1,300,000,1,200, 16, 19, about just under 2 billion contracts to buy across the board, and 1.3 billion on the S&P, and it goes down. Now, come on. Buy side imbalance. That means there's more, as I interpret it, it means there's an imbalance. There's 1.328 billion more contracts to buy, orders to buy them than to sell them. Doesn't that mean that the supply is gone and the demand is great? And wouldn't that mean the price would go up? I think it's all something cagey going on there. I don't understand. But, we haven't closed yet. We got a couple minutes here, and we're just flopping around a point either side of the open. So it's just a day of going nowhere in a hurry. my advice is to get outside, enjoy some soft, natural light, rest your eyes, focus down the street, peek over the fence at that neighbor gal, whatever it is, you know. Whatever you do, don't just be staying here. Don't be staying here staring at the screens. Well, 2 minutes. We never did get to that overnight low. I guess they're going to run down there and try to take it out now. For whatever reason. About as balanced today as you could have, isn't it? Never did get that excess at the top that I was talking about earlier in the stream. Never did get there. So I would suppose that we'll probably have, well, who knows what's going to happen tonight. Trump doing something. He's talking about the economy at 5 at 1700. So that's got to be a potential cluster. I mean, that could have a potential impact on things. For sure. And remember now that this is the cash close or another minute. And see liquidity jamming in around them. Bam, there we are. Oh, as close to the open as they could get them, huh? Oh, what clever little boys and girls we have here. Well, I hope you had a good day. I hope you manage your risk. Remember. Your prime objective as a trader is to preserve your account. You must be able to trade tomorrow. All the sweat and read and thinking and crap you want to come up with does you zero good if you blow your account up today. You know, be disciplined, have a risk, and you need to think about your risk parameters, your stop loss and bracket size and all of that. You need to start thinking about that now. away from the live market when you're cool. You're not all, juiced up with adrenaline or whatever, dopamine or whatever it is. And that's the way to do your homework that way. Vet your trades that way. During the trading day, your only job is to execute the trades you've already identified and vetted. I believe that. And manage your risk, which is all part and parcel of the same trade plan. Well, have a great night. Do something for your health. Get away from here. Get your eyes away